Good evening. Sorry I'm late. My fucking neck's been killing me today, so I was trying to wait for it to... Well, I was trying to remedy the situation and then wait for it to work itself out a little bit, but just no dice. Still hurts. But the show must go on. And so the show shall. Probably just see me rub at my neck frequently. I wish it was because it just has problems holding my big old brain on its much smaller foundation, but I don't think that's the case. Alright, so remember, as I promised last time, next few streams, very focused. Fewer digressions, fewer distractions, which means a little bit fewer interaction than we normally do. Now that I have like kind of a deadline that I'm setting for myself, or like a point in time where if I don't get done by them, it's gonna be kind of awkward. So let's do it. Ready to avenge Tanko. Angie, not so much. All right, we got some skills, right? Oh, I don't think I bought anything at the damn... Oh, well. 12, huh? Get a few things. This I haven't really had an issue with yet. Or not, this I mean. Or this. I really haven't had an issue with the mass panic debates just yet. That's not bad. This really isn't an issue except for when I'm not ready for it, which... Alright, now remind me, how do I use the stupid V thing again? I have to hold something, right? Where the mark is. Gotcha. Yeah, the Vespa. I used them last time, but I did not at all the first time, so I'm still kind of... Okay. Let's get caught up here real quick. Oh, right. So somebody had to have been able to kill her under, what's her face, under the floorboards. Is there a floorboard leading to, Angie's room 2? Guess we didn't have a chance to look at that, right? Okay, so to recap, I was going into this investigation, my top 3 suspects were Kibo, Tsumugi, and Kyo. I think Kyo killed Tenko. I don't know if he killed Angie, though, because we just need to find who killed Angie, not Tenko. The person that killed Tenko kind of just wasted a kill, as Monokuma put it. So just because I'm fairly certain he killed Tenko does not mean he killed Angie. Oh, poor Tenko. Sickle. Okay. I don't know. Probably not. I just feel like everything's moving so slowly. I was hoping it'd move a little faster than this. To be fair, that's on me. But I have to, I have to then determine what's really the best for the style that I provide. Well, we have an idea how, at least for Tenko, it's Angie's that is really like, what the hell? But yeah, I had no idea last time. Absolutely no idea. But it became pretty, clear early on what exactly happened. But no idea who it was.
Let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time. Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it? Who killed Angie and Tenko? Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be 2 killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
The transfer student. Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. Okay.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates!
No!
So, ritual did work?
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes. Rantaro was resurrected. The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami!
Please, stop it!
No! This is about believing and reviving the dead. I have to focus on their statements. Are all those statements correct? I wanted to look at this one, in fact. Prepared motive. People prepare an effigy of the dead soul you wish to contact. Everyone may participate, size and shape. Relevant, make it out of whatever materials you wish. It's not obvious who the effigy is supposed to be. Burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Use caution. Be mindful. Ashes. Okay. I think
This crime was committed by the recently deceased.
this counters Gonta's argument.
Life and killed 2 of our classmates.
No!
That's an awesome reading.
So, ritual... That's wrong!
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded. According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
Wouldn't want you to die now from carbon monoxide poisoning.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, Gonta think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second! I can't let that comment stand! Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life. But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
But it's true! I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive. You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Monodum is still alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
There's no way it's possible.
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up.
Not
and
to
find
mention
out
its
who
irrelevance
Dragon
at
is.
this point.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit,
then blame falls to one of us.
Who did it? Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this.
Oh.
I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
What? Why?
See, I'm not sure Kyo.
Don't play dumb with
He's
me,
a murderer,
creep
but I'm not
show.
sure he killed
I
Angie.
already know what happened.
This will be interesting.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
Yeah.
Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie. Oh yeah! I'm a fucking genius!
I love how this sentence became a shit-eating worm. Very well done. Is Kyo the culprit? I should blah 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 blah. Yeah.
The
Okay.
culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
Is it the lock picking specifically was the only way of getting in?
And it was found in Kyo. Those research. Lab, which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke...
Wrong one.
I was wrong!
I panicked there.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
I don't see how it would be the front or back door, because if it's the front door, why wouldn't it be the back door? And if it's the back door, why wouldn't it be the front door?
You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
The lock picking just
I
said
did
that
not care
Kokichi
about some
lock
katana.
picked it, not that.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the
So is it-
classroom, broke in.
So is it. No. Okay. Oh, but no, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh no!
She said she said he broke in.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
Okay.
And it was found
So it's
in
this, but
Kyo's
that doesn't make
research
any
lab.
fucking sense if we're talking about the
Which
break-in.
makes you, Kyo, automatically
Because if he
suspicious.
broke in, it's irrelevant as to whether Angie would have let him in or not. He broke
So
in
that rusty katana was the
forcibly.
murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom.
That's wrong! No, Kyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab. Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Nice.
Oh, how clever.
Blah.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Sumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Sumugi, and Kibo.
Hey, 2 out of the 3 that I
One of those
picked.
3 people.
But it's not fucking Gonta.
You mean one of those 2 people? Because a robot ain't people, Jack!
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
What else? The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Sumugi? Well,
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
Come on, guys. Gee whiz.
I'm not the
We're
culprit.
not the culprit.
Oh, here we go. Friendship is magic is a meme in Kokichi's mind.
Surely there must be suspects
Gentlemen,
outside the
not
student
betray
council.
student council.
Correct?
And do you have
totally
an alibi
impossible.
for last night?
A dead chick
not just
can't be
anyone
the
could open
culprit!
that door.
Why?
Only student council members had access.
Look, I don't know who the
I
culprit
didn't know
is,
robots
Out
killed
too
just
late.
boring lies.
but it's definitely not
Is
me.
that a robophobic remark?
I don't think I can really disagree with that.
We must consider other
gentlemen.
possibilities. Surely there must be suspects
Gentlemen,
outside the
not
student
betray
council.
student council.
It's either one of these two
And do you
statements.
have an alibi for last night?
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit!
that door.
Why?
Only student council members had access.
Much better than being out too late at night.
Look, I don't know who the
Ask
I
culprit
didn't know
Friends of
robots
Kyo
killed
doubt
just boring
Gonta.
lies.
but it's definitely not
Is
me.
that a robophobic remark?
The lockpicking.
We must
Gonta,
consider
it's
other
gentlemen.
possibilities. Surely there must be suspects
Gentlemen,
outside the
not
student
betray
council.
student council.
And
That's
do you
utterly
have an alibi
impossible.
for last night?
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit!
that door.
Why?
Only student council members.
Ugh.
No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it. I killed Angie.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
Could he be lying? No.
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Everything's a joke to him, of course.
No joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
No. Definitely not a lie.
No.
I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Not when it's you.
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
What different method? Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
Am I mumbling?
I
I don't think that word thinks what
doors
she
to the
thinks it
classroom,
means.
and the one locked last was.
The front door. No.
I was wrong!
How could he have picked the... How could the back door have been the last one, though?
Damn it!
Doesn't make sense. What am I forgetting about the back door? Damn it!
That's it!
Light me,
back
because I
door.
forget.
That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
Because they slid it, right?
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
The tool the culprit used to lock the sliding door from the outside was... Wasn't the katana, was it? Ugh. Oh, okay. Okay. No, he didn't use the sickle, did he? Oh, that's right, I can do this. Forgot about that! Okay, so whatever it is, it's up here. What? What am I missing here? Seriously, what the fuck am I missing? Oh, I have to pick it. I'm dumb. Completely forgot. We could have finished that like 3 minutes ago. Right? Using
The gold leaf katana
Muse
that was
skill.
stabbed into Kaede's effigy. The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
Huh? Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right? But wait, how did they move it with the katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigies hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
Different purpose. What could that have been? Alfred somehow used the setup to lock the room. In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the way the culprit locked the room should be clear. Alright, let's go. Whoops. That's so fucking weird. Let me knock this prostitute into my car. Ah! Oh! Which one did I hit? This one, isn't it? Nope. Okay. Making it fall? Oh! Yeah. Okay. That's not right. Damn. Yeah, I still...
We can't let it.
Spitting it? Oh, God, that still seems really... I'm not totally buying this right now. But we'll see. We'll see how it's presented after the fact. If I, like, screwed up on which one I had hit first, it wouldn't have been a game over, but I had no idea which one I had hit first. It's like, kind of went between two of them. Stop murdering hookers. I can't. I have a problem. Whoops. As long as they want to be in the car, apparently it doesn't, I don't murder them. They just flip it right into the car. But if they don't want to be in there, then they're dead. Fast to the center, fast to the center, fast to the center. Whoops. Fast to the center. Fuck out of here. Not time for you getting in my way. Whoops. Yeah, I shouldn't have taken my anger out on that poor, inconsiderate car. Didn't realize that they were being inconsiderate because I'm not sure they could see the cubes. Very suspectly.
The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist. Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked.
Okay, so I know the problem I have with this. And maybe I'm just forgetting, but I don't remember the game ever making it clear that Kaede's effigy was that close to the back door that the katana could have reached it. And that's just a problem with perspective, right? Because they never let us, like, look at it that way in the room. So that's why I never considered spinning it to be good enough, because at least with the other two ways, there was a way that you could make it, like, move towards the door. But you wouldn't need to do that if the effigy was close enough already.
By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us. Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length that hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, you wouldn't notice the lock trick.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have kicked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Oh, man, you guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
Darn it!
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
To fuck with you!
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
All right. So, who's
All right.
the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
Good. Good then.
You. I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Yeah, I think
Who
that's the
made
implication.
The locker mystery doesn't matter since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Cum dumpster! Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
What should we talk about now?
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry. Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Because she wants any attention, even if it's bad attention.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council. Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. It's just a waste of time.
Me? A suspect? I'd never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Suspect rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
Because that's a very well-known specific type of insult. I guess to her it's not an insult. That she's probably heard before and is like, this is the type of attention that I want. It's not...
We might catch them with their pants down.
It's not like it's some obscure term that's never used.
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list? Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie?
I got you exactly where I wanted.
You've
Himiko.
fallen into my trap card.
What do you mean?
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first blackened responsible for the first victim. We've got to figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless.
Incorrect.
Did you suggest that to waste our
It's
time?
not meaningless!
Himiko?
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko...
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give 2 shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
okay. It's no surprise he'd think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously! It's way too late to realize that now. Our only option is to face her death head on.
At least let her finish her damn sentence.
Face her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth. I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Kaito. Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless. The name of the curse is Death Curse. I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run! I won't forgive something so messed up!
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
Are we still live? So this is weird. I just got a notification that OBS crashed, but it still looks like it's sending data. I guess we'll just keep going. And then what if I do crash, just let me know. The chat'll still be up for me, so just let me know via the chat so that I can fix it. Because, I mean, if it's still going, I'm just going to let it go. OBS crashed, except it's still running. It's only actually going to crash once you touch this dialog box.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Gosh dang it, Kokichi.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's death case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Tancrotch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
Tancrotch!
The people who attended the seance, I'm just gonna ignore that. It was Himiko, Kokichi, Suichi. It was these three. It was these four, wasn't it? It wasn't Kivo. We removed Kivo.
That's it. It was me, Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
So those 4 are the culprits!
Oh, Himiko's still culprit?
Well, shit.
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the 4 is really... Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
True.
I did say that was
may have
sus from the
suggested
beginning.
it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes?
Yeah, but you're the only one who knows.
If
You could have
we
been
all
lying
know
about
before
shit,
the murder,
manipulated
then
it,
we are
but
all
it didn't turn out the way I thought it
suspicious.
would, so...
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
Yeah, but can't you get through any of the 3 rooms? Okay, I know, we haven't brought up the under floorboard part yet, but...
Oh, right.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Point of entry from outside, he must be referring to... It's like back here, right? No.
Damn it.
God. Where's that hole that was like really hard to see? Here. No.
Damn it!
Where's the damn hole? That's what she said. Here? Am I a little off?
There!
You're talking about under the floor, right?
That was some AA shit right there.
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person can move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
God, this will be good. I think he 100% killed Tenko. I just have no idea if he also killed Angie. But I just don't understand why he would kill Tenko if he didn't kill
The culprit
Angie.
sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
Oh, didn't mean to do
sneak
that.
into the empty room
Fuck!
during the
Okay,
seance.
I was gonna say I didn't mean to do that.
Said, hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the...
Blinding light from his eyes.
murders!
Wouldn't we have noticed that?
Hold on a second.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance. By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh?
Do I have to
Now,
take
hold on a
candle?
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak
Oh,
into the
no, no,
empty
no.
room during the seance.
I said,
What?
hold
Fuck!
on a second.
I don't mean to do that.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second. The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that
Function to get under the floor.
Oh.
Damn it!
The way she worded it, though,
sneaked in
like,
during
to
the
get
seance.
under the floor, that's not what actually...
By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't
His blinding fucking light would have been noticeable.
Our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said, hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
I feel like this is so obvious that it's fucking stupid. And now I can't figure out what they want me to say. You would see Kibo's light.
During the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor.
Like, why are they making this so...
Our villain had a light.
Light? You
It's
mean
more
candle?
straightforward than they're making it.
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function. Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo
It's a
could have used
literally
that function to
a
get under the
blinding light. Oh, shoot! Nope.
Oh no!
That's. I didn't say he couldn't
Sneaked in
run
during
around
the
though.
seance by crawling under the floor.
The hole's there. The floorboards are loose.
How could they even see if they were
We didn't have our eyes closed the entire time. Even if we did have our eyes closed the entire time, we would have noticed
You see,
light that
our
was that
villain
bright.
had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
So how do they
Now,
want me
hold
to
on a
explain this incredibly obvious thing
Kibo
in
could
a
have used
not
that function to
obvious
get under the
way?
floor.
Nope, not that. Okay.
I was wrong!
Okay, I don't think it's her statement. It's gotta be.
The
It's gotta be
culprit
his
sneaked in during
statement
the
then.
seance by crawling under the floor.
The hole in the corner would have prevented the light.
black during the seance?
That had to have been what it
They
was.
were under the floor.
And if I believe that it's Kyo, then Kyo would not have needed a light.
You see,
Oh,
villain had a
Yeah.
light.
Okay.
That's wrong! I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor. There was a hole in the corner of the room.
I needed to pay attention more to what Mew was saying. Mew's, it's just that her thing was worded so poorly relative to what she actually meant to say that it was confusing. Well, yeah, a guy could get under there and walk around, but that's not really how you said it? Could they move around with that light function? No. Well, I mean, they could, but you would be able to see it then. There's no way.
If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Well, just can't claim that
Jeez,
you use
here
your
I thought this would be the
flashlight
case where
function.
the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot. My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats.
Murder is not a superhuman
My
feat.
vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
Below average physical strength.
All right. You made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
For real.
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
She did trap me that way. Their fucking awful, awful wording. Be right back. Alright, so I have to wait for the dog to get back in, but while we are waiting, I'd like to conduct a quick poll. What does everybody call the end piece of a sliced loaf of bread? I await your answers when I get back. Okay. OBS still up for some reason. The heel. Interesting. The butt. Okay. You just called it bread. No, so no specific indicator as to the type of like slice. End piece. Way back. Good, good, good. Yeah, I guess so. The bread, that was just it then. So my wife called it the butt. I had always just called it an end piece. She called it a butt, and I'm like, well, that kind of makes sense, but it has two butts? That's just... that's too many butts. That's just... more than one butt, that's tomfoolery. Pizza is bread. Crust is bread. You're talking about pitas, right? Or pita-esque, schrock, that sort of thing. There are never too many butts. Well, there's that. Yeah, it's a pita, isn't it? When we get pita here, it's shaped like a circle. Schrock is too, I think. But I think Schrock's a little... at least the Schrock that I have is a little thinner than pita. Or Schrack, or whatever it's pronounced. I've always called it Schrock. Ah, naan. Yeah, there's naan too. Tortillas, but I'm assuming when he's talking about Egyptian bread that he's not referring to tortillas. Although that'd be interesting. Like, no, did you know that tortillas actually originated in the Sudanese coast?
Then why was floorboard under Tanko lined up funny?
Egyptian, Lebanese, they're both as far away from Mexican. They essentially mean the same thing in this analogy. Oh, I'm not disagreeing that tortillas are excellent. Just saying I was 100% sure that Trep was not referring to tortillas.
Going to think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from underfloor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that. That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboard.
Wouldn't she have noticed that?
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
The corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
Tenko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point. Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
Then she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads.
Huh?
I'm just saying shit.
Just said it was impossible. I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains!
You know, she's right. There is a lot of limp dick brain in this group, this collective
When
group.
Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no down!
Tenko not being killed during the seance? That might not be impossible, but there's no
When
evidence.
Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It
Could not have been done at any other time. She was
under the cage.
the whole time.
Yeah.
And she was dead.
In the cage.
Huh?
What about moment cage was lifted?
Like that.
What the? Either the sheet or the
Culprit
cage?
stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no down! When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It
Could not have been done at any other time.
she was under
The cage the whole time. And she was
dead
dead.
in the
Cage
cage.
was lifted. What about
Moment cage was lifted.
No, okay, that's not it.
Damn it!
When Tenko got killed,
It's gotta be.
Could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time.
It's gotta be Kokichi's statement.
What about moment cage was lifted? Like that. When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast,
No.
one saw.
Oh God.
The cage.
Himiko is the culprit.
Okay.
Oh no!
The
when
sheets?
Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time.
She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about when cage was lifted?
Like that.
When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
Can't be. Himiko's not the. Like that's like flat out wrong.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage
Was lifted.
What about moment cage was lifted?
Whoa!
Like that.
When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko
No,
real
no, no,
fast.
no. Okay, okay,
So
okay.
fast.
no one saw. So who lifted the cage?
Then obviously Himiko.
Who is the culprit?
Doesn't that show that it couldn't have been her? Because how could that sickle have gotten under the floorboard where it was if it were the murder weapon? With Himiko being the person that killed her when she left. That doesn't make any sense.
Is this... We can't let it end here.
That's just a problem I have with this game sometimes, is that their line of reasonings at times isn't even like the best one. And there's like a better line of reasoning that you can come up with outside of what their correct answer is.
It wasn't during the seance.
Like, she literally could not be the culprit if that's the murder weapon.
She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
You're telling me that she lifted the cage, cut her with the sickle, threw the sickle, like, got down far enough to toss the sickle beyond the hole
Cage lifted, culprit stabbed
into the
real
corner.
fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
Am I supposed to lie here? I don't think so.
It was me.
But I always have to think about that counterintuitive ass fucking
Then obviously
mechanic.
Himiko is the culprit.
There's no down! When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted. What about moment cage was lifted?
Okay, not that.
I was wrong.
When Tenko got killed,
Shuichi's focused
it
on
wasn't
the
during the seance.
timing
It could not
as
have
opposed to
been done
Himiko
all the
herself.
She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage?
Fuck!
When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast.
So Shuichi's statement leads me to believe that it was
So who lifted the cage? Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
that it's Gunta's statement that's wrong.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time.
Even though again, Himiko is the culprit's.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Oops. This one? Nope, not that.
When Tenko got killed,
See, I don't think it. This wouldn't make
it
sense
wasn't
either.
during the seance.
At least not in the way I'm thinking
It
about
could
it.
not have been
Done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead.
when the cage was lifted.
She was under the cage the whole time.
What about moment Cage was?
That's wrong.
Okay, they must have a line of reasoning different from what I'm thinking.
No, it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted. Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it. That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Tenko was stabbed in. There wouldn't be blood on the
Yep.
cloth.
Yep. Forgot about that. For some reason, I thought Himiko lifted the
How could my golden
cloth
brain
up
be
at the
wrong
same
when it
time
felt so right.
as the cage. So,
The only possibility
Yep.
is that Tenko
Yep.
was killed
Yep.
during the seance.
I got your remodel right here.
the fuck did I do?
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out.
This is probably my least favorite minigame now.
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose
Fuck.
to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gap, and that clean white sheet got stained blood red.
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
No, she wasn't sitting down normally. She was
I was
bent
wrong.
over, wasn't she? She died in a crouch position.
All you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap.
No, that's true.
In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo.
She really is convinced that it's Kyo, which I am too.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo.
No,
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
This is the same situation though.
With her neck all exposed.
There's no fucking way
that far from the cage's
somebody
gap.
killed her from up top with the sickle and then threw the sickle down there without anybody seeing that
And that's none other than
or
Kyo.
hearing it or anything.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
No, she wasn't sitting down normally. That's what I'm saying.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
Am I doing it
Sitting
wrong?
in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo. The blade's all you need.
A
If
marker
you stick the
stone.
blade through a gap in the cage,
Oh, okay.
it'd
Well,
be long enough to reach Tenko.
what does this have to do with
Sitting in there with her neck.
all exposed? No, it's not that. We know that. Well, I guess possibly not.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
There's only one thing.
Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
I was wrong.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap.
What haven't I
In
used?
which case,
Marker?
the person who
Stone?
lifted the sheet is the, and that's none other than Kyo. The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko.
Did I use the floorboard?
Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo. The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck exposed.
I'll cut
See,
through
that's
the walls.
garbage because her last thing or whatever says the exact same thing.
Wait just a minute.
It says the exact same thing. So don't put that in as a truth bullet when it can be equally valid because it says the exact same thing. That's
She was
bad.
bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Then I messed up again?
Yeah, exactly.
I am so embarrassed.
And what I'm saying is that her last moment said she was crouching. So they literally said the same thing. So it would have countered the point that she was making. No, because I think it specifically said she was crouched during the whatchamacallit, right? Because we're talking about her last moments, not after she died. She died in a crouch position. If she died instantly, then she had to have been in a crouch position. Unless we're saying she didn't die instantly, but then that goes back to the whole other conversation we were having last time about noises being made. But yeah, I mean, Trep, you know better. You know that that's not good enough. That's not enough of a distinction to make that okay. Yes, so not after being dead. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Trep trying to always trying to stick up for the game. It's bad, Trep. It's bad. You can accept this. I do not. I'm not buying your explanation at all. Mostly because, do you understand how minute of a distinction that is for a game like this to use it as like, well, you know, it's not this one, but this one that's other 0.1%. Not only that, but it still counters the point as it is written on its face. Who said there's an issue? We just said it happened. And it happens. Sometimes I agree with them. Most of the time, no. No, the bottom line is the game was bad for doing that. That was bad. Like Tom said, semantics should not be what determines a minigame. That's poor game design. Crouched. You know what the crouched position is? Yeah, or both of them should have worked. Because it itself, this right here, is strong enough to counter what she said, regardless of which one is more correct. This, by itself, is enough to counter her statement. She died in a T-pose? Was she crucified? Wait, no, what's a T-pose? I mean, she died in, what would that be? Is that downward dog? I don't know. Yeah, so like a cross, right? It doesn't matter what you do, though. We know what the game was telling us. Like, I don't think you understand that. It's not about what you do. It's about what's happening in the game. Yeah, twerking. I mean, probably. I don't know. Maybe it's a little more clear in the Japanese. That's entirely possible. In that case, you're right. It's the localization that's the problem. But that was bad.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
No, I wasn't talking to you, Trep.
How embarrassing!
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Huh?
Oh, God.
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
We don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw spirits.
Stop that now.
Thank you. I hope we don't even have to dignify this line of reasoning.
Tenko? Why?
Himiko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done that!
Wait, I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage? If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have noticed.
I agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
Coming up where? From the bottom? You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
They she's referring to. I honestly... Please don't tell me her whole thing is that Himiko could have used magic. I honestly don't know the answer to this. Like, I'm not sure what she's getting at. Let's just take a guess. Lose. I'm not gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna go with my guess. Because I really hope this is right. No. Okay,
Oh, no.
it's not. I was really hoping that was it. Oh, okay.
Is this... We can't let it in.
Wait just a minute. She was bent over with her forehead against the mark at the...
Then,
No worries.
Yeah.
If
She could...
If she...
not.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No, yeah, I'm honestly, I'm not sure where she's going.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done it!
If they were... No. If there was someone else in the cage...
Alright, let's see what she says again. Culprit could have been inside the cage.
Nonsense.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't...
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed... I think you...
This was my gut, but I was kind of hoping it was the Himiko thing instead of having to suggest this.
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
Yeah.
What did you say? Are you saying Tenko is the culprit?
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out. She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Yeah. But if she didn't die instantly, then she could have thrown it.
After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
Are you... That is... ridiculously unlikely. She stabbed herself in the throat and was still able to go, Are you fucking kidding me? That's absurd. Not impossible, mind you. I'm sure Gonta might be able to get away with some shit like that, but... But it's possible! Even if it's only 0.1% possible, then it's possible. And let me tell you, as long as something's possible, we can throw it out as much as we want to make it seem like it's a legitimate fucking option. That's ridiculous.
so she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
Nothing in this situation with her suicide and, like, the stuff that, like, came out of it has, like, anything to do with Aikido. At all. Just because you know Aikido doesn't mean you're able to stab yourself in the throat without making a sound and then being able to throw the sickle underneath the floorboard before you die. I've only said I'd stream fan games that were done. As long as the games are done, I'd stream them.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me.
Beyond a reasonable doubt means 0.00001% possible nullifies. Pain tolerance? Okay. You're right. How could I have forgotten the famous Aikido being able to help your pain tolerance in terms of stabbing yourself in the throat? Well, it's interesting because they said the stuff on the sheet's like in the middle, right? And then there's blood at the top. So the only way it really would have happened is just she crouched and stabbed herself. Which, I mean, if we're going to go this far and say it's, you know, she could have done this, then I suppose I don't know why it couldn't have happened that way. Oh, I know crazier things have happened. We got through 1-1 where Leon was able to throw a fucking windbreaker, a light collared shirt through metal bars, like what they say it was, like 60 feet or something, 90, 100 feet, right into the basket. $30 feet. Even that's really far for something that has basically no weight. Yeah, and Mikan suddenly being able to teleport, jeez. Yeah, and I you're right. That happened, and I shit on those things too when they were brought up. Because it's ridiculous. Mikan used teleport. You know, that's true. That is true. That is actually the most unexplainable thing out of everything that's happened in all these games, is how the fuck is Hero still alive? If the stab wound wasn't deep enough, wouldn't the blood have had a problem splattering, though? To where it was? I guess that's the issue I'd have with that. Because, like, it's splattered up and it's splattered out. And Brian brings up a good point, too. She scraped it on the sheet through the cage? I mean, that's possible, but to cause that splatter that it did? I guess I just don't think that's the mark it would leave, but maybe it's not paying that much attention to detail. Yeah, the stuff that was on the cage was up top. So yeah, that's just, it's just, well, all right, let's go. I said no digressions.
There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Well, I mean...
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
That and you spurned her love.
Because Tenko
that makes
and
people
Angie were
do
fighting for your
drastic
attention,
things.
Right?
No. Fighting for her attention would sort of imply that there was an actual struggle that occurred. Angie effortlessly slaughtered Tenko in that regard.
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity.
Does a cow that gets slaughtered put up a fight? No, the shit's just slaughtered.
Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
The blood on the cage is at the top, right? We can double check. Yeah, it's at the top. And on the sheet, it's like a straight splatter. I don't see how that could have gotten through the cage if she, just by her, like, you know, smearing it or whatever.
What?
Yandere Tenko. God. Yeah, that's scary.
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
So that all of us would die
There could only
too?
be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
But she would never kill Himiko!
Take us down?
Ever!
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial.
This is where his entire argument just falls
She could bring
apart.
us all down. She wanted us to die with her.
Even if she wanted every single one of us to die as well, she still would never want Himiko to die. And that would outweigh everything else.
Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
What if all of that was just a lie?
A lie?
Well, yeah, but it's a bad troll. Because, like, he's trying to present it as a... It'd be one thing if he was being overly goofy about it, but he's trying to present it as a serious argument. It's bad.
That you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other?
Actually.
People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Or their
Well,
hidden
duh.
secrets could just
It's
not be
impossible to know for
malicious.
sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself.
Oh god, here we go.
If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them. That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
That's such bullshit logic. If you get fucked over, it's not their fault for fucking you over. It's your fault for not thinking they would fuck you. That's incredibly stupid. That is victim blaming. He is victim blaming. You know, I was just about to say, as much as I think Kaito's super corny, I think he plays the friendship is magic role very well. And then he said that bullshit. No. Do you want to repost it, Trep? Okay, let's say she smacked her head. Let's say she smacked her head on the top of the cage. There's no evidence that her head was bleeding from the top, which is what would have caused the blood to be on the top of the cage. Because if she hit her head on the top of the cage, the blood from here wouldn't spray up and then over her head, right? It would come out like this. So the pattern on top would be more like this, around, as opposed to it being filled in the middle. Now, granted, they didn't actually look and see, like, is there any blood that's... Or did she have a wound on her head? Probably because the Monokuma report didn't say anything about it. But based on the fact that it's been completely ignored until this point, if that were the case, then the game did a really bad job of communicating its primary elements of what happened. So she hit her head on the side of the cage? And then you're suggesting that she stabbed herself in the throat, she goes up it reflexively, which, yeah, I could buy that. doesn't make a sound, hits her head on the side of the cage after stabbing herself deeply in the throat, and was then still able to throw the sickle down underneath the foot. You just see how that's really unlikely, right? Just almost impossible. The back of the net hit what? The top of the cage? Oh, the step. Yeah, sure. Back of the neck. So she stabs herself like this. Then what you're saying is that she's crouched. She stabs herself in the back of the neck. It sprays out. She reflexively kind of goes back, and that's what creates the splatter on the sheet. How would that account for all the noise that we heard? I guess because she would have had to have, she could have lifted the floorboard first, which would explain the thunk noise, to a certain extent at least. Yeah, because like she goes like this, and she like because just her like reflexing like this and going up might have been enough for her to then with her arms dislodge itself from the neck. Reflexively drop the sickle, and it just happened to very perfectly end up way in the corner. Because remember, that thing wasn't just right beneath, but like directly beneath the floorboard. I'm so sickle of these theories. Yeah, this is truly an Aikido suicide, with weapons. Oh, I see. So she stabbed herself, hit her head, then was able to locate where the sickle head fell in her right mind, pick it up, and then still throw it, because it had to have been thrown underneath the floor. Right. I think that's my primary problem with it. She would have had to have been alive, thinking it through, and still have been silent that entire time. After hitting her head, that might have concussed her just by itself. Oh, I mean, their theory about the suicide's fucking stupid. Anyways, back to Kaito being a fucking idiot.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
Whether or not I believe,
Get dunked.
my heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down. That's what I want to believe.
Me too. Gonta no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
A proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust
Come
me?
on, Maki. You should know Shuichi enough that he's just not gonna say something without having a follow-up.
But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. He said, see you guys after. I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. I mean, she could have just said that knowing. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was suicide. We shouldn't be satisfied with that. And if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
What's the Monokuma file say?
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor.
No, that's utter
All the
garbage.
pieces fit.
Everyone thinks that Tenko committed suicide, but only because they're fucking morons. To get out of this, I need to make them think that suicide theory wouldn't work.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her
Oh yeah, what about the dry blood? I completely forgot about that. I don't think that explains this issue, though.
plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intent.
Spirit must place their forehead on the stone. Let's do this circle. Place the iron cage where this be. Finally, turn off all of it. We will reply with the voice of the spirit you have summoned. So I'm not sure if this is what they're getting at, but one issue that I see right now is that with Kyo's statement that she, or no, somebody said they could have brought the sickle with her. Whoever said that, wouldn't she had to have known how this was all set up before she were to do that? How would she have known? How would she know the entire setup of the seance? He didn't tell anybody until you were in the room.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle.
No, okay, not that. That's not what I'm saying, Maki! I'm saying that she would have no reason to have the fucking sickle with her if she didn't know what the goddamn procedure was in the first place.
Oh no!
No, you didn't, Shuichi. Fuck Maki.
So
Listen to
far,
her bullshit.
suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person.
Wait, hold on a second.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle. And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
That's
She threw the
such
sickle underneath the
horseshit.
floor.
But the game really wants you to buy that that's possible.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person. But if Tenko did commit
See,
suicide,
this doesn't work for the, because this actually says she didn't die immediately. So in theory, if she were alive and able to focus enough and still had the strength, she could have used it then to throw. So that only supports Kyo's theory. The floorboard also supports his theory because she could have taken the floorboard out beforehand. She could have removed the floorboard before she killed herself.
explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle. And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
None of these make sense.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle. And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Well, the last time I got stuck like this, where I just didn't think it could be anything, we were supposed to lie, which I normally wouldn't think to do, but let's accept the counterintuitive mechanic, and then think what would be the way to lie if that was going to be the case. Are we going to lie about whether or not she had a reason to try to take us all down? Or are we going to lie and say that it wouldn't have been possible for her to use the last of her strength to... How do you lie again? What's the function?
So far, suicide seems to be...
Where's the...
The best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
Fuck, I
So she
forget.
hid her
Is
true
it...
intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide,
Hold down the shot button?
it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
That's the thing. You don't have to lie here. You can be like, how the fuck would she know to do that? Doesn't make any goddamn sense.
The floor. All the pieces fit.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Floorboard.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
It's not hole in the corner.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
Oh, wait.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the
Oh,
floor.
fuck. I gotta let it
All
go.
the
I see.
pieces
I have an idea. I don't know if this is what they want. Because again, this is so counterintuitive to me.
Sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her
Okay, it's not that. I was thinking that... Oh, wait. Which one did I use there? Did I use... No, I used the floorboard. That has literally nothing to do with what he said. He addressed
So she hid her true intentions.
this argument and not the loose floorboard. I was thinking... You'd use the dry blood in some way.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces.
Which also tells me that we can't use Tenko's last moments there.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle.
I don't see
And then
where we would
stab
lie
herself
here
with it.
either.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
So it's not lying with her last moments because Kyo addressed that argument and didn't even actually address the thing I was thinking of, but obviously that doesn't matter because it's not correct. Kokichi's, her intention was to take us all down. Is there anything present that would lead us to believe that you can bluff our way through that would show that she didn't have any intention to take us all down? Or then that she carried the sickle in. But Maki's rebuttal to that makes it seem like we don't really have an avenue around that. Even though I still feel like my argument's very valid. The game obviously isn't big brain enough for that. Yeah, so when he responded to my loose floorboard thing, he said she would have had enough time unless she died instantly. But the thing clearly said she didn't die instantly. Unless...
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Was that the hint?
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
I'm gonna be really upset.
Finally, with I'll reveal the truth.
Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor.
This is the sound of frustration. Oh, God. I hate this mechanic so much. It's not I'm not saying it's objectively bad. I'm just saying I personally cannot stand it. The fact that this route works, though, pisses me off. Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor.
Because she died instantly.
Even though this thing we were literally told that she probably didn't die instantly. Oh, God. How did we determine that she might not have died instantly? How did we make that determination? When we were in the seance room, right? Or did she say that somewhere else? Because I might be mistaken as to where she said it. Where did Maki tell us that she didn't think Tenko died right away? She said in the seance room. Wasn't Kyo there? Wouldn't he have heard that? And if he heard that, why would Shuichi be like, I have you now, because you won't remember that Maki said this very, very important detail. But okay, so he should call him out on it, right? But that's what makes this answer so incredibly bad. He could just immediately counter him right now and say, but Maki said that she didn't die instantly. And then what? And then what happens? You're right, he absolutely could call him out on it right away, but to me, that's what makes this route an incredibly bad, correct option. And I would never do this if I were Shuichi. It's so bad. Okay, but then you have to assume that everyone who's just standing around the room doesn't have ears. She didn't whisper it, because then they would have made it seem like she whispered it. Because the game tells you when people whisper things. Yeah, I'm just not impressed at all by, like, the results of like the correct options for what the lying has done so far. I think the first one wasn't the worst, but I think it was one of the first two I had similar feelings where I'm like, this is absolutely an asinine line of argumentation on Shuichi's part. The other one wasn't as bad, but I can't remember which one was which. Did we lie in the first? I don't know. No, we didn't lie in the first case, right? So I think it was the second case. Maybe they didn't pay attention. So this whole thing is based on maybe they weren't paying attention. Maybe we have to treat them like they're all fucking morons and are deaf. And just sit there and stare at walls. Because what else would they be investigating if not the dead body? I could even buy if they were under the floor when she told them that. Because then, like, oh, maybe they didn't hear them clearly through the floorboard. Maybe. Yeah. I could buy that. But they were just literally standing in the room. She's talking normally, and Kyo's just like, I can't hear anything. And so, but then the argument is, she was right, she was wrong. That's part of why that's a really bad line. A really bad line. Yeah, exactly. She has some experience in knowing that, regardless of not being the ultimate health committee member, which apparently gives you all the powers of a nurse. I'm so glad they changed that in the English version, because that didn't make any fucking sense. But then what are you accomplishing? If somebody calls it out and you're just like, oh yeah, you're right. I didn't think about that. What did you accomplish in that last just, it doesn't accomplish it. It's just a waste of time then. Just a complete waste of time. Mikan, yeah.
Instantly.
Okay, so they're just standing there in front of everybody.
My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
And Kyo just let it go. Kyo just let it go. Now, she'll go along with him and be like, oh, yeah, maybe. But then, if I'm Kyo, I instantly go, huh, that's weird. Why did you say this before then? Well, I was wrong. Why do you think you were wrong? To explain your reasoning to us. What led you to believe one thing first and then another thing later? Do you see why this would cause problems? I'm not in the habit of making arguments that I know I'm going to run into problems for. Like this one. If they're any amount of competent. God. Well, you see, I have right here the updated autopsy report.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
And I said it aloud, and nobody was able to hear it, even though they were standing in the room to confirm that this is in fact the truth.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
Yo, you were right there, dude! And this makes Kyo seem like a complete fucking incompetent idiot, too.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Yeah, they were all looking at the walls, not saying a word and not listening to anything either. True RPG NPCs. Thank you, Maki, because wow, I couldn't think of fucking anything there.
Better apologize to Shuichi.
What were the, I'm curious, what were the other routes that worked there?
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Not knowing that, believing that, the theory suddenly doesn't fit, right?
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Oh, that was the only route? Okay. Trep said there might have been other routes there, so I was curious as to what other line of reasoning I might not have thought about.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No, there must have been a way. We're gonna figure it out.
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance? If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed.
God.
The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
Oh, nope! I don't know why I was ready to
How
lie.
dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black. My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
Bah, 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 bah.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange. Think about it. While we were all singing the song,
What song?
I heard something.
I agree.
They're both happy? Yeah! I agree!
Himiko, you think that something fell
Source.
because of that sound you heard, right?
Dude, just trust me. She's weird fan service though, right? Because isn't her whole thing that dude tried to make her unlikable? Like, who makes fan service unlikable? That's really weird. They did. I heard a sound. I heard something. I agree, because I heard a sound. I mean, I think the point of it was just to corroborate that more than one person heard something happen. Because they can't really explain what it was yet, right? So I think instead of it being like an explanation sort of thing, it was more of just a, oh yes, I did too. Bang, bang. Firefly.
Sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard.
Like the bodies. Would anybody disagree that Firefly would have been a significantly better song than the Cage Child song, which was something? It was a thing that happened.
You could have fallen down.
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Oh, really? I guess I never got the impression that Mikan was supposed to be unlikable. Annoying, but not unlikable. People do people generally like Mikan? Because we know like people generally like Mew, right? Which is part of the whole why it's funny is you try to create an unlikable character and people are like, hey, she's awesome. You're like, fuck. I don't know. I guess I never got the vibe that Mikan was supposed to be unlikable.
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
A loud sound, like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. Oh, I'm like, what? What else happened when it was dark? This? No.
Oh no!
I just picked that one because that was my best answer based on what I saw, but I didn't think that was right. Okay, let's look over these again. Wouldn't this have been cut beforehand, though? That's kind of weird. What else happened? I mean, she died. Is that what we're talking about? Like, she died?
This is it! I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
could the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. It would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. But what was it? What could it possibly be?
All right, then, let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now. So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor, then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid.
I'm a cum dumpster, remember? Oh my god. What would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose? Think about everyone's testimony and combine it with the facts.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
Stomped through the floorboard?
When you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that,
Sound
Mew.
during... This just says that there is a sound. It doesn't explain what it was.
Don't you know me and balls are the best of friends?
So what made the floorboard come loose?
The cross piece... Oh. But it wasn't broken, so it can't. This can't be with what Kokichi. What we have to agree with Kokichi's.
Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe we agree with what Tsumugi said.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
That doesn't.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
I agree.
Damn it! I didn't get the spot.
Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Oh, I should have agreed with Mew and her balls thing.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the...
Oop. What did they stand to gain? That's the question. To solve this case, I'll need to think carefully about the crosspiece and floorboard. Tenko's body at one end of the loose floorboard and a crosspiece that had been cut was at the other end of the floorboard. That unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the cross pieces was cut, the other two not. One of them was right under Tenko, and the other was in the center, right about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Think, come on, think. Oh, jeez. Whoop. Keep left clicking. I actually have no idea. I'm so bad with Hangman's Gambit. I like won't get it till like halfway through. Oh, okay. Probably a vowel though, right? This one? Okay. Say. Zeph? Nope. Okay, that didn't make sense. Be more careful. Oop. Okay, so it's not F or W. Oh, is it? What letter am I missing? E? Is it 2 E's in a row? Yeah, it has to be it, right? Because I used S, I used A. Get fucking... Okay. What happened when the loose floorboard was stepped on? See, what? What word am I just not thinking of right now? It's gotta be F or C, south. Oh! Give me an S. Seesaw. Okay. The problem is I have no fucking idea what the second word is. Seesaw. Oh, there's a T there. Or, and a C. Fuck.
Is this... We can't let it in.
Seesaw D's nuts. Or, yeah, it'd have to be Des nuts. I honestly would never have thought of the word seesaw. Never. Never, like, just going into this would I have thought of the word seesaw. Okay. And so that completely throws me off for the second word. Like, I have no earthly idea. Guess who'd be really bad at Wheel of Fortune? This? Nope. So I tried T, C, and P, right? Seesaw. That doesn't help. Okay, I used T. See? What other word is this? I am completely lost. Okay, fine. Fine! You got me. Where's another... Sure. Need a T. Give me a T.
I see now.
Do you though?
That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Yeah? A seesaw?
This is a big meme. I didn't know this was a big meme. I mean, it's ridiculous in terms of like, again, it's ridiculous to me in that I never would have thought seesaw. Doesn't mean it's wrong necessarily, just that phrase would never, ever had come to my mind. What's left click again? I thought I was doing it wrong and it had to be right click. Oh, I thought I had a light, but I was like, maybe I was wrong. Well, we shan't be making that mistake again until Trial 4, when I forget again.
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off. The other two crosspieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever. A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
So I think this confirms to me that Kyo killed Tenko. Because, again, think about when the light came back on. The magic circle was still spotless. Which means that somebody, only the person who knew it like the back of their hand could have got around without messing it up. No, wait. It was completely messed up, right? Like, completely messed up. Wait, help me remember. That was after everyone came in and walked around. Okay, good. So yeah, it was spotless when we first lifted it up. Which means only somebody that could have dodged every single little piece of that circle, which means it had to have been somebody that knew it really well, could have done that. Unless just by random... But you're right, person who is disagreeing with me right now. I know who you are. Because you exist somewhere. There was a 0.000000000000001% chance that somebody just by random happenstance was able to avoid everything. Like Nagito level luck. He specifically said the floorboard part was towards the center, though. So that means that it would have, somebody had to come in order to do it. Like he specifically, yeah, he did. He said, let's see. close to the cage, the two cross pieces that were holding it up. Apply the force to the end of the... Okay, I think you're right. I think I was thinking of this, which is talking about the cross pieces that were not cut. The problem with your logic, though, is that the further away the board is, the less likely that it would have worked. And in addition to that, this was done with salt, right? The circle. You know, salt doesn't stick to the floor, right? So if somebody jumped on it on the outside of the circle, the circle part would have moved. Like, that circle would have been disturbed there. Unless you have some ultra sticky salt. That's what I would think. Unless he, like, used some substance. Like, he put in some substance earlier before putting the salt down. That would, like, keep it more stuck to the ground. But we have no reason to believe that happened. The game has given us no reason to believe that was a possibility.
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, all right. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
Yeah, it's just, you're not close enough for the board to have been able to do that. Because, I mean, you guys get, Brian obviously knows, but, and sure, some of you understand this, but you guys get that the shorter the board is that's going to be seesawed, the more force the person's going to be able to put onto it and successfully get that effect to happen. The longer the board is, the more force they would have to put on to make sure that force, the upward force, was good enough. And then also, though, not too much force that the middle breaks. I mean, like, this could have been really sturdy floorboard, so that might not have really been a possibility based on the weight of the people involved, but that's another, like, issue. Right, and the force that would have been needed to, like, lift the statue and the cage, too, there would have had to have been several. I don't even think Gonza by himself would have been able to do it, based on his incredibly suspect weight that's listed.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
Huh? How?
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick, The placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
The floorboard, seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusion can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that is consistent with the evidence. Where was the sickle when Tenko was killed? Said the back of her neck, right?
That's it! The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage. Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place.
Yeah.
It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over.
The other thing too is, like, you just gotta kind of have to use common sense here and see, like, look at the illuminated floorboard. Relative to how big the cage was and then how big the circle was. There's no way the end right there, as they're showing it from the scale that the rest of the board goes through the cage, there's no way that's on the outside of the circle. That circle was huge. So some of this is just, think about it.
Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
And I will say though, even though this doesn't make any fucking sense. I mean, it makes sense. It just doesn't it couldn't actually happen this way and have the end result be what it was in the totality of the circumstances. But one thing that this does explain is that if what happened was that you were lurched up right into a blade, and then, you know, that's how you died, as opposed to somebody opening the floorboard, like having time to open the floorboard and then try to swing at you. This is much more of a, what the hell just happened? I can't even get any sound out, to our conversation last stream, about would she have made a sound. This type of death, I can buy that it was so sudden and shocking that there wasn't really much of a sound to be made. But now I have some other questions. How'd the sickle get underneath the floorboard? And when was that other floorboard moved? I guess the person then could still have gone under, got the sickle, or removed the floorboard, then got the sickle, and then put it underneath.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouched position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
Kiba over here like, I'm impressed.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide.
Homicide?
What the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
I agree.
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know? They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Yeah?
Okay. Is he really gonna try to convince us that fucking 70-pound Himiko could have exerted enough force for that to happen.
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Huh? Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. I think that makes slightly more sense than what you proposed, Trep, just because of, like, the physics of it. Like, pushing it, because if you're exerting that sort of force, you're more likely to kick it outward, right? Kick it forward, I should say. So you stomp on it, kick it out, and then it still lands, like, right next to Tenko or whatever. Yeah, I could buy that. If I'm buying the rest of this. Unless I understood, I might have misunderstood what you were saying in the first place, Trep, but Brian's explanation, like, the way he explained it, I think I understood it a little better.
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean?
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room.
No, we've already talked about that. I mean, your explanation of how the floorboard got to where it was because when the person jumped, it kicked out.
That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
And this is Kyo's plan.
Yeah!
This is
Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
This is Kyo's plan for, like, if he got to this point.
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
You were quite vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
He killed
Our culprit,
Tenko.
Himiko, prepared her seesaw
I think. I'm
trap.
100% sure. But
Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room.
I still don't know if he
All
killed
into
Angie.
holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
Seriously, all Shuichi has to say here is Himiko weighs like 70 fucking pounds. There's no goddamn way. Wouldn't Himiko have kicked that salt around if she had to come cross the room like that? Like, there's so many easy things to just say here. To be like, your argument is ridiculous, Kyo. But no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do it in some way that makes it more difficult to explain it.
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tenko? I killed Tenko?
Himiko?
What's wrong, Himiko?
It's true that using the middle room was Himiko's idea. But does that mean that Himiko really killed Tenko? Something like that really happened? Something so cruel. Well, right, and I am. I'm just saying that's how light she is. It's just that unlikely. All right, we are gonna go a bit longer tonight, I think. I told Tom we would do that for Labor Day. So about halfway through, I'm gonna take this time to get in a quick bathroom break for any of those who have been holding it and need to go take a little pee. I will play some tunes in the background. From Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Ugh. I'm surprised you don't have work tomorrow, Tom. I would have thought they'd have been like, oh nope, Tuesday, you're in. Fucking let's go. Oh man. DMV. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry about that. Ah, cult leader discussion. Interesting, interesting.
Well, now.
I actually don't think Himiko was is unintelligent. I just think that Himiko was so deflated that she just needed to latch onto something. And so she just allowed herself to get immersed in that sort of thing so that she could feel better. The other three are idiots, yes. It's possible the other three had something similar, but there was no evidence of that presented in the game. Himiko doesn't actually believe her magic's real, though. I guess that's my headcanon. I don't know if that's true. But you can't set the trick up and do it knowing it's not real and being like, it's magic. Ah, gotcha. Though, not just giving up and saying it wasn't real when she literally could have died. Yes, that was dumb. That doesn't mean she's unintelligent. That just means she made a stupid decision, though. Well, smart and wise, intelligent are all kind of different things, right? To a certain degree. Like, Angie might not be a book smart person, but she obviously knows how to deal with people because she can manipulate them all. And in that case, she is very big-brained. Well, I think that's what it was possible. And I think the game actually sets it up beforehand where you see her just like, she just seems lost. And then Tenko's thing kind of reinforces it later. That is true. She uses all of her powers for not great things. Mew's a very book smart person without having any amount of wisdom. So despite being so smart, she's very unwise and does very dumb things. Initially, Trep, that might be true. But keeping it up the way that Angie did, because she didn't just say protection, right? We saw some of that manipulation. To be able to keep it going for that long is more difficult to do the dumber you are. Just because you have more opportunities to fuck up, right? So, like, while maybe anybody could have gotten that initial, like, you know, she got Himiko right away. Would a dumb person have been able to keep that going and then rope everybody else in too? That she did? I just don't think that's likely. Yeah, exactly. And all attorneys are going to be doing one of those two things to some degree. If you're actually practicing law, right? Shit, I wish I was evil enough to run a cult. How fucking rich I'd be.
It's okay.
I don't care. I don't care.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
3 out of 10. Good effort, but just not convincing. No. As far as like stuff like that, I am not actually well versed in the history of like the behind the scenes stuff. Because I had to focus so hard on just remembering the history of the law itself. They wigged out during court. Yeah, that's not surprising. You're not even put in like you have no chance to be put in even a mildly uncomfortable position, which could be going to class with a bunch of other people. There are some degrees where that's fine. Law, I don't think, is one of them. I just think there's the social aspect of law is too strong for that to be a viable option. See, but I think you could do it in a better way than the Socratic method. Personally, I think you could rework it so that you would choose the same thing with a more effective way of going about things. But there is one. I will say there's one weak point in our argument, and that is if we're using that precedent as like evidence, right? Like they tried doing it, and it worked out horribly. Is that it's possible that the curriculum and everything that they had people do online was just bad, and there's possibly a way to improve that. Now, do I think so? No, not really. Just thinking of what an opponent would say. Like, it's not like all different types of curriculum options were exhausted. There could be a way where it's fixed in such a way that people won't wig out in those situations. No, that wouldn't work. Never mind.
I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
Logic does not compute.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I'd actually wondered about what was going to happen with law schools because I personally see physical attendance is so necessary. Whereas, like, if I'm in 5th grade, is it really going to hurt me irreparably for the rest of my life that I had 1 year of online school? I don't think so. But out of your 3 years in law school, and one of them you had to take entirely online, could that irreparably damage your ability to be a lawyer? It could. Just more likely, based on the limited time span. Yeah, for those that weren't around during this time this was happening, I was streaming less for a while because I was helping to tutor my nephew because my sister was not satisfied with just the online curriculum that he was going to be provided. It seems to work. He tested really well. His most recent, I forget what test it was. It wasn't a test that I ever did. I think it's a newer one, but apparently he tested very high, so it's good.
Did you hear something?
No, I thought it was white from the beginning, just because it's an anime thing. Yeah, their 1L year, like, that sucks. If I did my 1L year online, I would never have become a competent attorney. And not saying that's the same for everybody, but for me, I know that would have fucked me up. I learned a lot of valuable lessons in my 1L year being at school that I don't think I would have gotten had it just been online. Your first year. So the way we don't describe people as freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, anything like that. So your first year of law school is your 1L, second year is 2L, third year is 3L. At least in regards to how many credits you have. Because some people go part-time. Their 1L year will technically be longer than a 1L who's going full-time. Yeah, I would think that'd be very difficult. And how would you even prove it? This is doing something weird? Kids are fucking weird, right? Man, salute to all y'all that do teaching. I couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I could never do that. I take that back. There is one situation in which I think I could succeed at it, and it's because of this, and that is doing an online sort of like seminars or something like that, because I'm very comfortable with this medium. But I could never teach people in class. Mew would not be a good teacher, no. She'd be a great sex ed teacher.
No, I didn't hear anything.
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
That doesn't sound scary at all.
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Especially when I kill them.
Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
He gonna kill somebody. Or maybe two people.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Good God, Mew.
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
What?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired.
I was gonna say, it seems like
Tenko died.
Himiko just shuts down
I
in
have
these
to
situations,
survive.
and it's really sad, actually.
And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Just shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
Oh, I don't know how I didn't notice this before, but man, they literally made Mew to be the basically exact opposite of Himiko. Himiko is short and petite. Mew's larger and more busty. Mew's all about science and, you know, explanations of through logic and reasoning and stuff. Himiko is about, it's magic. Mew's will is much, much stronger than Himiko's. So, and Mew tends to be significantly more aggressive than Himiko. How did I not catch that before?
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko! Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
Yeah, that's what I said. You mean like bust, right? That's what I meant by busty. Or are you just talking about, like, I mean, she's taller than her too. She has long hair. Himiko has short hair. Like, just all these little things. Himiko is a furry and Mew likes robots. There you go. But it's probably... But it's interesting to, like, match up who and what, right? Who is the opposite of this person? Who is the opposite of this person? Yeah, I mean, that one's a little more obvious because they literally set up, like, this triangle, friendship triangle, where Tenko and Angie are, like, the direct competitors. Whereas, like, with Mew and Himiko, they haven't really, like, been direct competitors in a meaningful way yet. Yeah, Kirui and Ryoma, that's a good one, too, because that's actually one who killed the other. And basically used that motivation. Of their two motivations, you know, in one plan. Is Maki Kaito's opposite? She's cynical, but that doesn't make her his exact opposite. Especially since she tends to, like, agree with him eventually. Or is Kokichi his opposite? I was thinking Kokichi was our opposite. But maybe it's Kaito's opposite.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, it's not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth. So no give up, Himiko! I
guess Kokichi could be Gonta's opposite, right? That seems a little... I mean, I feel like almost anybody could be Gonta's opposite just because he's so significantly different from everyone else. Yeah, it very much like 2-3. I think I was pretty convinced it was Mikan early on, so much so that I thought I was wrong. Like I'm 100% sure Kyo killed Tenko. I just have no idea if he killed Angie because I'm not quite sure what happened with Angie yet. Himiko, I know how you feel. I felt the same way, but we can't give up. We survived. We can't give up for the sake of everyone who died.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one? Because you laid your trap there.
Was Trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yeah, even if Himiko picked the room.
Yep, there it is.
Someone else could have set that trap.
Your opinions are empty words.
Oh, that's a lot of ellipses. I'm not like other girls. I'm not like other streamers, guys. He's starting to talk a lot like Kirumi did in the second trial.
Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko?
I really like what they do with the text in this game. It's super creative.
Was Trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped.
It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I would not. I wouldn't have expected Gonta to be the guy that drops the agreement statement there. What was the lie that you could have used?
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Especially you!
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you? Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? If you give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory. We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead. This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right. So let's do our best.
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore.
Not a pain!
I won't give up. I'll fight alongside everyone and survive.
Her character was just Sloth. She was just Sloth. Even has Sloth from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood's signature line.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual. But damn, well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect for my soul, bro.
They have said Among Us many times in this game so far.
Your soul, bro?
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards, isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
Because he set up the circle.
That is a good point.
And he told you not to step there.
Barrier magic. Well,
Okay,
that's
Himiko, I'm
one
glad you
possibility,
turned
but I
things
think
around,
it
but
might have been something
shut up.
else.
Why didn't no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? The magic circle! Ah, that's it. That must be the reason. Okay, I'm glad we're not going through a whole fucking thing with this.
This is it! It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
Hey man, you have to remember him. You gotta remember him in here, that's how he lives on.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle. The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trip.
That was part of the culprit's plans too?
That's right. If that's the case, then the culprit, there's no doubt in my mind, they're the one who killed Tenko. Only one person had the opportunity and the motive.
It has to be you! Kyo, was it you?
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo? Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle. The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick.
Okay. There's actually an explanation for the salt thing. Why can't I? Anyways, look at the floorboard in the lane. That's the one that he used. Now, my mistake initially was that I thought he was in the upper right-hand corner, but then he had to have been in the upper left, because then he could walk straight through the walkway, and he wouldn't have had to have dodged enough, but he still had to know where everything was. That's still part of his plan. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't we have all stepped onto the loose part? So the part was loose, but not loose enough where normal walking, even while holding a cage, wouldn't have set us through. Yeah, that's... I guess that creates an entirely new problem. Because if the floorboard... If the floorboard is anywhere where the salt was, again, like we said, that salt would have moved. The circle would have been disturbed. I guess either way there's an issue, right? I was just trying to see if there was something that maybe I hadn't considered when we had the salt conversation.
But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's position and the placement of a cage needed to be defined. And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Well, Kyo?
Answer already! Did you do it?
Here we go. Stupid, stupid, stupid!
What is so funny?
I was just thinking. So this is how each blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
No, it's not.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
How can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
The culprit stepped on that exact floorboard even in the darkness. But how? How do they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right board. Although, even after I put on the candle, I could move along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
Did you figure it out?
That's it. The culprit didn't even have to see it all. They used... Sixth Sense! Oh, nope. Oh, I was thinking they smelled the salt. But I guess that's too big brain, right? The hearing? Like when they were singing? That'd be really interesting.
That's it! The culprit used touch. They didn't see, they felt.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Wasn't seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, I'm sure there was something. A landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was. It must have been at the scene, I know it. Ah, god damn it. Some other fucking... I have no fucking idea. Okay, that one was like, really? Oh, oh yeah, okay. L?
I see now.
That's it! The magic circle. They used the magic circle. Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
I'll just say that one, and I'm not gonna dwell on this too long because there's no point. If this is a room where the floorboards are, like, as Gonta said, they weren't, like, super firm, and it's, like, old or whatever, how could the people on either side of Kyo not have heard Kyo move with his steps before all the boo? Like, you'd hear the footsteps from his direction. Like, I know you could say, oh, well, they're focused on the singing. Yeah. But they also weren't focused on any sight. So, like, you could argue that it made it easier to hear because they'd be focused more on, you know, on what you can perceive as opposed to what you could not perceive. Like, especially because of the creaks. Even if they're singing loudly, sound creaks, first of all, they're long. So he would have had to have timed his steps in line with each of the the lines, and then make sure that his creak didn't last past the words. Then this one's a little less likely, but it's also possible. I'm just thinking about how weak the floor was. Possible to feel him move? That one's a little weaker, but you can feel people move in the same room as you, depending on the distance, because it like reverberates to your feet.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
Oh yeah, that's a good point too. If they're all singing, wouldn't they hear Kyo's voice move to a place where he was not supposed to be?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes? The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
But you're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see. Another piece of the puzzle. Drawing the circle with salt all but guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself would have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Hey, may I have your attention?
Oh, I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Mew add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
Updated autopsy report. The plot dictates that something like this must happen. Thus it happened. Off screen. That no one knew about.
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that purpose!
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
Oh god.
Alright, so what is this function?
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
So that you can record yourself having
Specifically, This
sex.
function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try. Ready?
From your mouth?
I also used magic like that before.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay, got it.
I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth, even though he could have just taken it out of his mouth himself. So this is the magic circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, do you notice anything?
Notice anything?
There! This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kyo's lie.
My lie.
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document. But that's a lie, isn't it? The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners, which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my things? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Hey, yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health. Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds. Your what? Why? ability.
Good God!
Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so... See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares. Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction. Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant.
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me. If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the... So simply put, I am not the killer.
Had no opportunity.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I had no opportunity to touch the sickle. The only person who
I had no opportunity to touch it.
But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle. So simply put, I am not the killer. The only... person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
No, that's not it.
Oh no!
It's gotta be the floorboard, right?
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle. So simply put, I am not the killer. The only person who... could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I lift it. I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
I'll cut through your words! The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo.
Hey, Nana. I completely forgot that it would have V parts.
That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth. Then, While everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
What?
It's correct. Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much.
No, I thought it was more wood under the floor. Am I wrong? No, yeah, there's more floor. 'Cause I mean, we're on the. It's what, the 4th floor or whatever, 3rd floor.
Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
Wasn't expecting that
You
reference.
still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
But why? Why kill just Tenko after somebody else?
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie.
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I worked really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that! Any way you look at this case,
Nuts to that.
Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
The culprit's one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense! At times like this...
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Why were you waiting for it?
Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone.
Killed Tinko and Angie!
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
So Kyo did kill Tanko, but he not blackened?
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tanko's death. Can't we just vote now?
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Kyo killed Tinko and Angie!
When we aren't consistent, our position looks weak. We have to work together. If we vote now, we'll never know the truth. We have to defend the
Kyo
point.
killed Tinko and Angie!
I don't know.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
So Kyo did kill Tanko, but he not blackened?
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
We solved the mystery of Tanko's death. Can't we just vote now?
Okay. I think I get it.
Kyo killed Tinko and Angie!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's
It's the
research
first time
lab.
you get one of those wrong.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Oh, is it the blackened?
So Kyo did kill Tanko.
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He was planning
Fuck.
to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
One's a little more difficult. Oh, I'm almost dead! Holy shit!
Tanko's death. Can't we just vote now?
Kyo killed Tinko and Angie! Kyo killed Tinko and Angie!
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
So Kyo did kill Tanko, but he not blackened?
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
I think I know what it
We
is.
solved the mystery of Tanko's death. Can't we just vote now?
Kyo killed Tinko and Angie!
Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
The katana was found in
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tanko, but he not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new rule to protect himself all along.
We solved the mystery of Tanko's death. Can't we just vote now?
Kyo killed Tinko and Angie! Kyo killed Tinko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in
Kyo! Anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tanko, but he...
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He was planning to use the new...
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the...
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
Oh.
This is our answer.
It would be a mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder. And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
I was thinking that too, like, man, we're on the side of a bunch of assholes. I guess because cold hard logic can be like that sometimes. Except Maki wasn't on our side. Yeah, that track is fucking sick. Agreed. I'll be right back.
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene. Ugh.
Oh no!
Oh, just the dry blood. Fuck. Yeah, that makes me... I was just thinking of, like, what was there that wasn't...
Is this...
Like, that doesn't make... or hasn't been explained yet. See? I jumped to a conclusion. I got fucked because of
It would be a mistake to vote before... And there...
Miss...
Well, but we still have to go over what... This is it! The bloodstain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation. It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
That bloodstain was too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Still fucking dripping.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
Blood stained under the floorboard was dry because... it happened before the seance.
That's it! The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder. It was there before we started the seance.
Before the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. Break the case 3 curse of what? Them being bad?
That's it! That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
Oh, I mean, to me, this case is like kind of firmly in the bad area already. It would have to do a lot to make up for that. It's been, I think, in terms of mistakes on the part of the game itself, whether it be misleading or just nonsensical or, you know, whatever, it has been significantly worse than cases 1 and 2.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start.
Oh, I see. You're saying if Kyo's not the killer? That would be interesting, yes. I don't think that necessarily makes the case good. It just leads to an interesting aftermath.
So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
Angie left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true, or...
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead!
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! To keep herself awake at night. She would drip hot wax on her body.
That sounds like something only you would do, Mew.
Agree with that. I agree with that! You have to burn. So I was thinking the candle, because they would need to burn the book afterwards. But I'm not sure if that's strong enough. Which one do we insult her with? Get the popcorn ready for the end of this trial. Woo! Oh, fuck.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! To keep herself awake at night, she would drip hot wax on her body.
That sounds like something only you would do, Neil.
Ah!
Oh no!
I made a mistake! Did you though?
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it!
She wanted a candle!
Shoot!
To keep herself awake at night, she would drip hot wax on her body.
That's you.
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead. She left her lab on her own? But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there. Except for candles.
She wanted a
Candle!
I agree!
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, her kinky wax play.
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And that's when the culprit attacked her.
That's why there was dried blood under floor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's blood stain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie.
Okay, to be fair to the game, if we're living in a place where they can perpetually replenish food, I don't think it's too unreasonable to believe that the Mono Cubs kept relighting the candles and replacing the candles, etc., etc.
This must be a Tua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that as fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
I think she was still alive after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
It literally says she has 2 injuries. There's evidence that... Oh my god.
I was wrong.
Okay, so what's more correct than the Monokuma file?
This is it!
The actual injury itself.
The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from the katana. But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear. What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear? What are you? All clear? What are you all? You what? What are... I will not fear. I will not back down.
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
What the fuck?
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
What? The fuck?
Must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll teach them.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all.
It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog! Nothing is clear at all!
That's prime Todd Habercorn right there.
Angie was attacked in the empty room first. And then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story. After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body? And not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no blood stains. Even if you wipe them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
I'll cut through your words.
Bitch!
There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
What?
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt, and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie. It has to be you! It's you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
What the fuck? So it's true!
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
You killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
He would kill the rest of you too.
One.
Well, you'd all die anyways if he succeeded. The murder that was an accident.
Oh no!
Fuck, I meant to say Angie. The Tenko one was too, the Tenko one is too well planned.
Angie's murder was an accident.
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in. So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
Then you should have just stopped there. Then he killed Angie. There was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
Which, like, killing Tenko was dumb then. Because it was only through figuring out how Tenko died that we then got to the conclusion that it was probably Kyo that killed Angie. Not that you couldn't have figured it out otherwise, but it made it a lot easier. Also, a little disappointing that Angie's death was just an accident and not like Kyo going crazy because of the cult thing. That would have been a little more compelling than just, oh shit, she walked in on him. Gotta kill her.
You only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless. If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they? Why is it?
No, not necessarily. Because the difference with Tenko being killed, I would have preferred they both have been killed on purpose. Problem is, why would you do that? But you still kind of have that problem here. The intentional killing of Tenko put so much more impact on his actions. Like, he didn't kill Angie because he had a reason to. He didn't kill Tenko because he had a reason to kill Tenko. He just wanted to kill her. Whereas if he just killed Angie, you'd be like, okay, well, he set that up to kill Angie. That makes sense. I wonder if there was a way to set it up. And I know this is kind of, I have two conflicting views essentially, but I wonder if there was a way to set up Angie dying first and then Tenko without them being an accident and it makes sense. I don't know.
Calm yourself, Kokichi. Yes. You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You mustn't waver. Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
Yeah. That could work. From a practical standpoint with the trial, though, as soon as they can't prove that Tenko's was, like, suicide, then he's just kind of fucked, right? Going for that kill streak. UAV.
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. For you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses. Well said. Good job, Kokichi. Yes, thanks.
Creeps me the fuck out!
In retrospect, is it me taking the putting the mask on and off, like really, really unintentionally funny? No evidence. There's no evidence that he killed Angie?
There is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room.
The one night I just didn't, like, I was in such a bad mood. I didn't feel like using it. And then the voice that I came up with for him on the fly, I was satisfied with, so I just decided to keep that one going.
That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize.
Apologize.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize. Come on. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
I have no idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him.
I have nothing to admit.
D.
You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess.
Fuck.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess.
Too early.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit.
The image is really fucking me up.
Yes. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic, that's merely a delusion. Well said, Kokichi. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic, that's merely a delusion. Well said, Kokichi.
Fuck.
To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic, that's merely a delusion. Well said, Kokichi. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Kokichi speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Kokichi speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Oh, fuck.
Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Kokichi speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 Apologize.
I don't know which one's which.
The culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Kokichi speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Fuck.
Apologize.
That one's really difficult. Oh my god.
I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me. Kokichi speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot.
This is really difficult.
Apologize. Apologize. Apologize.
Jeez.
You have no proof that Kokichi is the killer.
It ends here! Kyo hit Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard.
Angie's blood?
Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's also the bloodstain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Kyo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How?
If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick,
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie. I believe that while Kyo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
her with a floorboard!
All you can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
Oh, it's true. This is the truth.
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi, I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house.
Ichi, please, put an end to this. For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
I understand. I'll go over everything one more time. Theo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
Oh. Wait, what am I doing? Duct tape. Half made with salt. Oh, I see.
This is the truth of the case! Let's look back at the first murder. It was late last night. The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the crosspieces in all 3 rooms. However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened. Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. At that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting crosspieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit.
But not our culprit. No, no. Our culprit was an idiot.
The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head. The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise. They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab. While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end. But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body. Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick. Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab. They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse and hung 4 effigies upside down. There were 2 reasons for this. To overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere. And the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance. And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope. After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the rear door. once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body. But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder. To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. Of the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko.
Hello, Handu. How's it going?
While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage. The culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place. After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Caged Child song.
Why was he singing so angry?
When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan, to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw, and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it. After committing the crime, the culprit followed the assault back to their corner. Finished the ritual and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance.
Yeah, I think the sound should have been addressed like right away, like, huh, what's that? Instead it's like, did I hear something in the middle of all that? Like, that's not how human beings would think, generally speaking.
And discovered Tenko's body. And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room. Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence. That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark. However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture.
If they weren't all gigantic idiots. Like, wait, what? Didn't you say she died? It's... you know what, at this point, just... Later, Tom. Take it easy, dude.
He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle. But now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle.
Right, but he told them earlier that his investigation revealed that she died instantly. Had Maki confirm it. And now he's saying here, if she didn't die instantly. Well, if you're so sure that she died instantly, why would you word it like that? You wouldn't. You would just say she died instantly.
Korekyo Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these murders. That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
Sweet Korekyo. There are times when it's necessary to admit defeat.
This music is interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately. Yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret, my only regret, was not being able to make 100 friends.
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends. Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
Roger that! One voting time! Coming up!
The heart racing excitement as...
The heart-racing excitement!
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off!
Is he gonna kill both of them?
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result. Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Yeah, Habercorn did a really good job. I've never heard him like try to sound like that lightly feminine. It was actually pretty convincing.
Absolutely right.
Amazing! This is the third correct verdict in a row! If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round! Yeah, this trial was not good. How's this gonna last that long?
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
Oh, not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Kill why? Why did you kill Angie and Tenko?
Right.
Yeah, he don't need to kill them both, no matter what motive he have. Motive?
Hey!
Oh god, that's right. Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey!
Don't tell me, were you actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaito?
Shut up!
I never said I was scared. The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it? Because we're friends, I'll tell you. I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has nothing to do with the motive.
Yeah?
Then why? For the one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart, someone so dear, someone I long for.
I love her with all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love.
Ah! I don't know if that's problematic or not. I don't know, is that... Oh, it gets worse? Jesus Christ. No, that's actually something I do want to know ahead of time for censorship purposes. I don't want to be caught off guard with a fucking dong on the screen. Hey, there was nothing visually wrong with that. There was just words that were very suggestive.
No matter what anyone says.
Bragging about your perfect love life? Fuck you. Some of us aren't that lucky. So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko? But why did you need to kill both? If you asked if I did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside. Inside?
Wait!
Don't look at me! I'm not his lover!
Yeah.
Calm down. No one wanted disgusting shit stuff bitch like you anyway.
Sploosh!
Man. Mew kinda wants Kokichi, I think. What the what?
Hey!
Sploosh. Yo, who is it? Who's the person you love? Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see.
I mean inside me.
Sister.
Yes, hard pass. Hard pass. Yes, the one I love lives inside me, my dearest sister. Sister, like, her name is Sister, right? But she's not related to you at all? Going to not wrong about that, right?
Wait!
Don't look at me, I'm not his sister!
Right?
Well, duh, if you were his sister, he would have killed himself already. God damn, Kokichi.
Wait.
Sabugi's over there like, your sister, but didn't you say she was your lover? Not that I would be into that sort of thing or think it's perfectly acceptable at all, but if you could provide details, just so that we get, everything explained as much as possible, just, for our peace of mind, that would be great.
Whatever is the matter?
It's not that difficult. My sister is my lover. She's not actually his sister though, right? She's just another personality inside him. Right? I mean, that's still not okay, but like there isn't actually like an actual manifestation of some sort, right?
I loved her so deeply, and she loved me so deeply. The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us. They called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared. Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth.
Hey, his hotel thing dream was bullshit, because that you would think that would have been a part of it. Like, he would have seen me as his sister. See, you did it with Tsumugi, but not him?
The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth. For my beloved sister.
I had to. Yeah, well, at least fictionally speaking. It's because that's a way that you can get around it without, like, oh, it's taboo, but it's not like illegally taboo, Actually, no, it would still be illegal. I'm actually not sure about that. Anyways, it's not like you're breeding with somebody of your own blood to then create like a potential like incest child or something like that. So it's seen as not as bad. It's bad. It's just bad enough to watch and be kind of turned on by. But it's not bad enough where I'm a creep. Well, that's debatable. But again, there are a lot of people that are really into that. Why don't I know this? Because I've never had this issue come up before. Unless you think for some reason I am a walking, talking casebook encyclopedia and I can recite every law to you in history ever, which I cannot do. Nor can any lawyer. That's just, if anybody was unsure of that, there are many laws I don't know, but I have the ability to find them very quickly and interpret them very quickly. You know, okay. Bird law, that's, you know, the problem with bird law is that I saw the whole stuff about bird law while I was in law school, and I was like, you know what? I can never top Charlie. I was so intimidated by his knowledge of bird law that I was like, I could never live up to that. I just gotta, you know, just give up on that dream. And I think I was justified in doing so. It's not just Google, though. You have to know what you're looking for, especially for laws that are more, that aren't just like murder. Well, what degree of murder? Was it intentional? Was it unintentional? Was it reckless instead? Like, Google doesn't just tell you those things. You have to actually then be able to go in and look at statutes and stuff. Nobody needs Bing. And you have to make sure that the law is current, which Google also doesn't do a great job of. That wouldn't be in the juvenile statute. Would it be in 7? Yeah, no, you cannot marry your adoptive. So no, sorry everyone, you can't marry your adoptive sibling. Fourth degree? I mean, that's not how... That might be how it's explained in Canada, or how they codify it in Canada, but that's not how it's codified here. So you have, so let's just look at Wisconsin, for example. (940.01). So you have first degree intentional homicide. But as far as the degrees go, it changes based on whether it was intentional or unintentional or reckless. Because we have, in our state, first degree homicide. We also have, though, first degree reckless homicide. And then you have manslaughter and stuff like that, which Wisconsin kind of doesn't have, at least not in all circumstances. This beat's still a bop, by the way.
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
I had to kill for her.
Huh?
What?
Sister.
That's very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Isn't it you? Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However,
Even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I'd find her some friends. Friends for my dear deceased sister.
huh?
Deceased?
Do you understand?
My sister's now a ghost, so her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister.
Holy shit! Okay, I honestly didn't see this part as the follow-up to I Wanted 100 Friends. For sister's sake, I've killed many. To send her 100 friends. They're all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends. That response from Gunta, what? Huh? What?
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand. Too impossible.
Sister.
Sister is very happy. Yes. Kokichi. I am very happy. Thanks to you, I am not lonely. It's just him! It's just him! He loves himself. Dude is just so ridiculously narcissistic that he, like, transplanted his sister's death onto a part of his personality. It's just fucking him.
What?
Could it be that the lipstick version of Kyo is... Samugi's over there like... Could it be that... And now Samugi's getting ideas.
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
What the hell?
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister, I was so distraught I nearly went mad. But sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
That's wonderful, Kokichi. Your love made the impossible
Are
possible.
you serious?
Are you serious? Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't even believe in the power of love. Shut up.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well,
You said you killed a lot already, right? So it wasn't just the two you killed here?
What was that?
Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because
You didn't kill to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just wanted to slaughter a bunch, huh?
unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sisters' friends.
Huh?
So he really only specifically targets. He is actually the opposite of Genocide Jack in terms of like. He's like a. He's a serial murderer with a dissociative personality, though he doesn't kill with his other personality. He kills for his other personality, and he only kills girls instead of boys. And they have to prove themselves worthy of being friends for his sister before he'll do it. I guess just be like Mew. Just be a dickhead and you'll never have to worry about something like that happen to you. Yeah, this is, it's, I guess the issue is, I don't really see it, I don't see good cohesion between the character we knew up to now and then this twist. It's not random, but it doesn't seem to fit super well. Whereas like Toko's made a ton of sense. Like how reclusive and like fucking weird she was. He was somebody who always seemed to be of sound mind. Maybe some interesting takes here and there, but based on what I've seen of Genocide Jack and Ultra Despair Girls, I would say Genocide Jack's going to absolutely demolish this dude. I agree. If it wasn't him that killed Angie and he still had to be a part of the student body after killing one of us, that would have been very interesting. Only girls? I see. So when we were deciding on who should be the medium, you said it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here. And besides Maki and Mew, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sisters' friends. All worthy?
Why, you...
Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care at all. Whatever, I'm gonna be fucking friends with your sister anyways. She's dead. For Christ's sakes. Then the second victim could have been me? Tenko died in place of me? Well, at least you can take solace in the knowledge that that's 100% what Tenko would have wanted. That probably gives her no solace at all.
Excellent.
Himiko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko. Infiltrate, really?
But...
Oh, he still hadn't caught up to that yet. But how did you... It was obvious to me. I have studied many people. Yes, she stood up against the darkness of the school all by herself. All for her beloved friend.
Beautiful.
How dare you not want to kill me, fuckface? I was gonna let you fuck me, but now you know what? I don't even want to anymore. Or it would have missed her neck entirely. Like if the thing goes up and she like kind of like goes any which way, even a little bit, all of a sudden it just doesn't kill her. Ugh. That makes sense. I would hope so. Like, not like outright tell you, but it's like there's some hint there. Nuttier than a payday bar. I like that. I like that. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of this chapter in general. I think it's the weakest so far. Though it's case 3, and we know what happens with case 3s. The good thing about this case is they did a good job of making Tenko's death impactful. Like Angie died, and I was like, that sucks. But she kind of had to. She couldn't keep the cult going forever. Like, she had to die at some point to dissolve it. Because if you dissolve the student council with her still being around, her character kind of has no purpose anymore. She's just kind of there. Unless you give her an entirely different personality change. Like, she becomes like an atheist or something. But yeah, they did a good job with Tenko's death. That was the best part of this chapter. I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for sister. I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko.
Well.
Though, I was planning on having you become sisters' friends too, eventually.
No way!
What? You do all that for? Wow, you did all that just to kill. For you to go that far, that's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interested me as an apologists, of course, but more than that.
For my beloved sister.
I wanted to kill for sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling.
Are you okay?
Kaito, are you okay? You look kind of pale. Yeah, I feel kind of pale. Don't worry about it. Let's just focus on Kyo right now. Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However.
But Angie walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her in a different way, so I figured I may as well kill someone else, too. Might as well! After all, it would be a shame to just waste the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to sister.
Correctio.
You're such a thoughtful little brother. But it was bad to get greedy.
Oh, dear.
Oh, you're right. It's because of that now I can't send 100 friends to sister. What an arbitrary number. You understand now? Those were the circumstances of Korikiro's crime. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That's right. Killing 2 friends for your dead sister? That's wrong. That's so wrong. Oh, don't get so worked up. Seesaw! There's something I learned after sister's death.
Do not worry.
Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives on as a ghost.
That's right.
Even though I'm a ghost now, I'm always by Korikiro's side.
Sister.
Thank you, sister. I love you. Cut it out already. God damn it, you're fucking sick.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making sense. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well...
Because death is unfair.
And another thing...
All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game. Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. People are watching this? Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me.
Hell yeah! If I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching.
So then...
The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery, but my role in it is over. I have finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister.
I think I shall go and see her now, my beloved sister.
Sister.
I was unable to send her 100 friends, but at least I can see her again now.
Correccio.
It's all right, sweet Correcchio. Come to me.
Oh.
Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
It's punishment time!
Huh?
I've only seen 2 of them. Kaide's was fucking brutal. Kirumi's was just like a lot. You're like, ah! Punishment time.
Sister.
At long last, I'll finally get to see you
That's
again.
right.
Don't you always see her inside you? You're not being really consistent here, Kyo. From now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from others. I can't accept this.
Therefore,
Like I said, there's no such thing as a death that can be accepted.
from an anthropological point of view.
Then why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease? The living must find a reason, however forced, to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
What?
I...
That was the answer I reached. How about you? How will you live a life that faces death?
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
I shall observe.
I will watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you.
That's right.
It won't be just me and Korikiro. All those who died will be watching. I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is
I'll
beautiful.
be watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Monokuma's like, okay, can we start with the killing now? I'm getting kind of bored. Oh, that's brutal. Alright, who's dying? Just Monodam himself? Okay, I didn't see that one coming. I knew they were gonna do something to stop the reunion, and I knew it was gonna be fucking stupid. What?
How gory!
Yeah, being boiled alive that's pretty fucking brutal. Holy shit. No, Monodam, why?
How can this be?
What the? To think my cute child would commit suicide. Aw, it's so cute. It's so freaking cute that he would kill himself because he couldn't get along. That's a really disappointing end to Monodam's character. Like, I don't know why. This could be on me more so than the storytelling, but I just do not give two flying fucks about the Mono Cubs. And something that like that happens and I'm just like, okay, that happened. The ghost part only makes sense if you believe in that sort of stuff in this universe, which I've not seen any evidence of besides this one chapter. Because Kyo both believes and doesn't believe you can interact with the dead. I mean, it was well done in that it was brutal to absolutely destroy him, right? But it was just kind of, I just think it was kind of dumb all around. Oh, he's got some ward thing that melts his spirit? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? But Celeste didn't, that's the difference between the two. Celeste didn't actually get burned alive. She would have liked to have been burned alive, instead she just got hit by a truck. Better than Mikan's. Monodam committed suicide. And I know this would happen. I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodam steps over getting along is because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right.
Yes, the other Monocubs drove him to suicide, but not me. Hey, who's Monodam?
Eh?
Oh, you already forgot? That's kind of scary.
Well now.
Well, looks like another class trial's wrapped up without incident. So, I'm gonna take back this here Necronomicon. It seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? You guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster. Shut up. How long are you gonna keep talking about that?
I told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual is obviously a lie. He's just trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic.
The point?
I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right? Who can say? What a waste. If none of you were gonna use it, you should have just let me have it. Then I could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? Well, I don't know. They were all pretty terrible, actually. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's just been the two of us the whole time.
Oh yeah.
It's too bad you missed your chance to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Too bad.
So long. Farewell.
Even now, he still talks about raising the dead.
Always messing around.
Man, this is so stupid. What people believe is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead. The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. That's not something a coward like you should say. Shut up. Leave me alone.
But there's one thing this case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
Well, that's why we have to work together, right? Face it together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Going to do his best.
And going to do his best to keep everyone safe. Going to want to protect everyone.
But your talent is entomology.
I don't want Shuichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of class trials.
You're right.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. When are you going to use that, huh?
Okay,
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent.
that's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki. I see. I wonder how long that'll last. What if your true calling as a killer shows? Don't underestimate her. Maki Rose, one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, didn't I tell you not to stop calling me Maki Roll? That did not match up at all with her voice line. Oh. You guys are so close now. This must be the power of friendship. But I would have preferred it to happen sooner, especially not after losing 7 people. You're right, only 9 people left now. Well, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's right, 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away and only 9 remain.
Actually,
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But,
Just 9 of us.
well, you know.
Humans are like weeds, too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end. That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking, right? Right?
How rude!
No, I'm not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply excusable.
But you know-
Inexcusable. It's not excusable. But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on the god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
Kaito,
Well, of course.
you're right. Those of us who remain can start over.
Hey,
Hold up. Keyboy needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. There's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it onto the ground with all your strength. Got that?
no way.
I have never heard of such an intense form of apology. Seems like everything is settled for now, even though we're missing her.
You all right?
Anything Gonta can do to help, you can tell Gonta. I think we should just let her have some space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt. Gonta understand.
You're so dumb.
Himiko is such a liar.
Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Firstly, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it, you wouldn't have any free will if the world was comprised with just the truth. But even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feelings a little bit.
I only said this because I thought about it.
Because?
Himiko has been lying to herself about her own feelings, so she's been holding back.
Hey!
What are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? Well, hold back. That's sad. Tenko, Angie, I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you two. But I gotta survive. I can't go to where you are. Because I'm lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. Himiko. Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotions she had bottled up inside her. I think we got that without you needing to say it. Before we knew it, learning by her doing so, we began crying. The tears we shed, I can't even describe it.
We were crying about what we had been through, what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love, tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward.
Yeah, whatever you gotta tell yourself. We don't need to hear that thought, though. If we already know why, and he already knows why, saying it's just... That's what unnecessary exposition is. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However...
Is she hard to carry, Gonta?
No, she fine.
Right, later, Bestron.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
She's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah, I hope so.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me? You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya!
Mosquito bite is slang for very, very small breasts. That they're just the size of a mosquito bite.
There's no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman after all.
I'm not sure it's a good game, but I liked it. It was just batshit crazy. The experience was very interesting. While we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kaito had stopped in his tracks. I want to gamble. I mean, Kaito, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just want to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead. Are you sure?
No.
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you dislike scary things, then you should have said so earlier. I thought you were sick. You worried about me? Yeah, I'm worried about your stupidity. Still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But...
Maybe not, but I feel the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. It seems like she doesn't want to wait anymore. Yeah, 'cause of me.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. But you sound like you're bragging, Kaito. You wouldn't be a braggart about something like that, would you? But like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Got it. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito.
Damn it! I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here.
Oh, so he wasn't just, like, scared. He's actually fucking sick.
No way.
That actually adds a really interesting dynamic to his character. We took his mask off of him and kept it. Oh,
Hey there.
flashback.
Guess I don't have to introduce myself, huh?
I get that this is probably pretty confusing, seeing yourself like this. Guess I should start from the beginning. That's the way it is. Now, Monokuma probably already told you this, but just in case, this killing game will continue until there are only 2 people left. Now, the important part of that rule is that... Oh, there is one more thing. Well, the truth is, this isn't your first. Anyone who finds out who you are is gonna come for you. So watch your back, trust no one, and never forget. You wanted this killing game, so you have to win, no matter what. No matter what.
Ominous. I mean, I don't think it's surprising to anyone that Rantaro is actually kind of evil. But it's still intriguing. Morning after the 3rd class trial, after waking up from Monokuma's announcement, I headed to the dining hall as always. Morning, everyone. Also, it means Kaede really fucking killed somebody who's a piece of shit, it seems, right? I guess we'll see. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. There's a dark moon in the air of the dining hall today. Better wash that mask first. Nobody should be wearing that. Who knows what... He's probably, like, licked himself through it several thousand times. That's to be expected with what we've been through. In a situation like this, I don't see how we all could possibly stay enthusiastic. Well, with 2 exceptions.
Yo!
Hey, what's wrong, bro? You not gonna eat? If you don't eat, then Gonta will eat you instead, Shuichi.
Huh? You know...
What? Speaking of Gonta, where is he? I haven't seen him this morning. He's not here yet? He's probably still sleeping. This atmosphere is heavy. Everyone's really taking a mental beating.
Hey!
You guys have no energy. You need to look alive. We're all still teenagers. Huh? Kimiko?
Okay.
Your good mornings are too quiet. It's 'cause you're so quiet that you feel down. She just sighed harder.
Hey!
I didn't mean you should sigh louder.
Weirdo.
Weird. I thought you'd be the most depressed out of all of us. Of course I'm depressed. This is the most depressed I've been in all my 200 million years. Oh, God.
What is this?
200 million years?
But...
Being depressed won't help those who died. Rest in peace. Tenko and Angie too. If I stay depressed, they won't be able to rest in peace either.
Okay.
So in order to make their deaths have meaning, I've decided to live my life with positivity. So anyway, please take care of the new me.
Come on, man.
You're out of breath already. You're full speed right out of the gate. But it's just like Himiko said. Those of us left need to look to the future and live for all the others' sakes. Wasn't that his whole speech about all their tears meant? Apparently that didn't mean much.
Right?
Yeah, let's cheer up and work hard. This game is just getting started. Huh? Game? Isn't that what we were talking about? Oh, but now there's less people. I might be the next victim.
Wow.
So exciting, but I definitely don't want to die. I guess that's the same for everyone else.
Always messing around.
You're still saying crap like that at a time like... Just then, the door of the dining hall burst open and... Boom, 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 boom,
Problem.
It's serious.
How?
More messages, I'm assuming. Oh no, the colossal high school girl is on the other side of the wall, isn't she?
Oh.
Okay, maybe not that serious, but Gonta went to courtyard before coming here.
Could it be?
The graffiti was more added to it? Yeah, more letters added.
Huh?
This world is... This world is something. Ein? I'm not sure what it's trying to spell. The swords? Or maybe this world?
Wait.
This world is fine? No, that can't be it. Well, what about the world? What does it mean? Is there some crazy story going on? It's probably just graffiti, right? We should ignore it. No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Do you want to die?
Huh?
Alright, that's just a habit of hers, but my heart skips a beat every time.
Because?
No one here takes credits for it, you know? But now there's more added to it. It must have some meaning.
No.
So, seriously, none of us here wrote it? If this is a prank, you better speak up.
But
Gonta stumbled onto the writing by coincidence, right? If it was a prank, bro, then they would have done it in a more obvious spot, not in the grass. There's nothing more depressing than an unnoticed prank.
Oh, I see.
It's like a titty no one wants to fondle. Well, okay. It could just be Gonta writing it since he was the first one to find.
Gonta never do that?
Gonta never make trouble for everyone. It ungentlemanly. What is that writing? This world is mine. To ick something? No. More and more gets added. Who's doing it? What does it mean? No, what does chapter 4 mean? We almost die? Oh wait, was that 4? Or was that... Yeah, it was 4, wasn't it? I see. So all that gambling's gonna start racking up. Well, I don't really get it, but maybe it's some kind of clue?
Well done.
Thanks for the report, Gonta. Gonta just glad to help.
Oh yeah.
Gonta want to help, even little. Tell Gonta if you need help with something, okay?
okay.
Okay, got it. I'll let you know if I want to punch someone. I want you to punch someone. No, you don't get to tell Gonta what to do anymore.
Gonta.
Yeah, Gonta learned lesson after insect meet and greet. Yeah. Boring. Oh ho, my ears are biting. Are you guys talking about me again? You must love me. Nobody's fucking talking about you.
Yay!
Are you getting dizzy from the face I make when I concentrate really hard?
Actually,
Your face, it's always the same, isn't it?
Yeah!
Never mind that. You guys are probably eager for it, right? My prize, that is. Right? You guys can't live without getting a prize right now, right? That's what I thought, so I brought a prize.
Rise and shine, Ursine! Rise and shine, Ursine!
What's an earth sign? Oh my, forgetting your catchphrase is like the kiss of death for a mascot, you know? Cause I'm a mascot? Cause I'm a mascot, get it?
Not that!
It wasn't even a joke. There was no setup, no punchline, no nothing. By the way, who's this pink stuffed pig and why is she talking to me?
Monotaro's head is busted! One solid rock should make him remember!
Ouch! Where am I? Where's Kaoru?
Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure, Showtime. 1, 2.
What reference is that?
2.
What reference is this?
Of a once powerful right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure, Showtime.
Todd Habercorn's voice.
2.
Kaoru.
1.
Was Kaoru? Oh god, this is gonna bug me. What is it? I think it might actually be like a reference, though. Oron High School Host Club. Todd Habercorn plays one of the twins, Hikari. His twin is Kaoru, and he's dropped that line just like that in the show before. That was a little less epic than I expected. That is a very interesting reference to drop.
Your character's completely different now!
Pops, my family, and you. Thank you for loving me!
I don't know what this one is.
Come on! Remember already!
They're so freaking cute!
I could watch them forever.
No.
I've had about enough of them.
Hey.
Hey, give us 11 too. I want my reward already. When did you get so friendly with Monokuma, Kokichi? Okay. The prize this time is...
Ta-da! The legendary Levy Stone, the priceless Octo Brush, and a card key! Which just so happens to be the motive, too!
Motive?
Hey!
Did you say motive?
Yeah.
This mysterious card key is your next motive.
Oh, nice!
A classic carrot and stick approach. No one can work a carrot or stick like daddy.
Aww!
Screw your carrot and your stick. Give me whips and chains all day. All the way. Card key and this. Wait. Oh, what's this? Card key is the motive. Card key is the motive. Yeah. So the new area you can open with the card key, is that where the real motive is? That's a secret. Why don't you use it if you're so curious? No, we shouldn't. We want to prevent another murder from happening. Yoink! I'll take that card key then. Kokichi used his little body to his advantage and took the card key from Monokuma.
No can do that!
With that Monokuma's motive, what if another murder happened? I wouldn't mind that at all, you know?
Huh?
What?
Because
this is the killing game and we're the players, plain and simple. Why wouldn't the players play the game?
Don't screw around.
Quit screwing around and just give it to us.
No way.
No thanks. See ya. Bye-bye.
That's enough.
What? Hey, wait up. Kokichi ran out of the dining hall, pursued by Kaito.
Unbelievable.
Running in the halls isn't normally loud, but I suppose boys will be boys. Also, I forgot to mention this, but I've hidden another flashback light somewhere. Wonder what memories you'll uncover next. Happy hunting!
So long. Farewell.
Yeah?
What's so long farewell mean? You forgot that too? Come on, let's go.
So long. Farewell.
You already said that.
Wait.
What should we do? Kokichi and Kaito are gone.
I'm worried.
We cannot leave Kokichi alone with that card key motive. But aren't you curious about the flashback light too?
That's true.
Perhaps we should all search together and look for Kokichi as well.
Well,
That's a good idea, but let us look for Kokichi while you focus on the search.
logical.
Right now, we need your skills as a detective, Shuichi.
Then,
Right, in that case, let me hold on to that. I'll look around again. Shuichi's grown up. He's become so reliable. Like a familiar almost. A wolf I mean, now that you're so respectable, I'll let you pet me if you want. Here we go. Oh, Monokuma would fucking wreck Jigsaw.
Actually,
Oh, I see. So Shuichi gets that honor. Shuichi is so amazing. Goto want to be useful to everyone too. Don't worry. When the time comes, we'll use your body as a meat shield. Okay, Goto. Hope time comes soon.
no.
You should hope that it doesn't come. Okay, where to begin? I'll search for a place to use these mysterious items. And with that, we shall end for the evening. Start chapter 2 to 4. Start wrecking house. Later, Hershey. Thank you everybody that came and watched. Appreciate you guys. We'll be back with more of this next week. Yeah, I don't think... No, wait. No. Oh, right, because of Members Night. I think so. Sorry, I've confused myself. Yeah, next week. We have Ace Attorney, Investigations 2 on Wednesday. Members Night Friday. And then twice next week. You got 1, 2, 3, 5 more streams of this month. Try to get as much done as possible. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate y'all. And see you guys Wednesday. I'll be on Twitch tomorrow with something. Probably Genshin. We'll see. Have a good night. Stream is adjourned.
It's not going to matter to you.
I don't want you to quick load that shit.
Quick load. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
When you've already got it.
When you already got it.
Alright, let's go. Let's go.
You already got
it. While the tension's up, let's go.
Not as much tension as the waistband of dude's jacket.
Oh, welcome back to Students of Gaming. KY is on the sticks. He forgot how to open up a shrine.
I did. Wow, if I could approach the pedestal, there we go.
Come here, son. Can you help me open up my phone? I need to find a QVC
I don't
code.
know what a PDF is.
That's damn
QVC
funny.
code.
I don't know what a PDF is.
To those who set foot in the shrine, I am Tina Koza.
Did you guys see how that guy was moving?
Huh? My bag got stolen a while ago. That's nice.
That's not nice.
My bag was just stolen. Nope. I see.
What the fuck? Just said, I see. Nope. And that's the end of that interaction.
Maybe we should have enough, huh? Maybe
For
not.
2 nights, maybe.
Not
Yeah, I
even 2
think you're
nights,
right.
just under 2 nights.
Shit.
Shit.
No, you got 90
You
bucks,
got like
right?
$75 or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's $38 a night.
Oh, it's 30. Yeah, that was 35. Damn. All right.
That's what Tone said.
Never
Tone
mind.
was wrong.
Yeah, that's the Joy special.
That's a big ass thermos, dude. Look at that thing.
That's
Dude,
the
you
best.
You have like 4 pots of coffee in that bitch.
I don't know how you're gonna. You think you can land on those posts? Do we have to build something?
Oh no!
You're dying.
Oh, shit!
No!
Well,
What is that? Two for you, KY?
yeah, you still have more than me though. Fuckface.
Hey, it's very early in this episode.
You know, the more people that are in a group, the less I like tapas.
It sounds like it makes it very complicated.
I like it with 2 to 4 people. It's
Oh, there
it's
it is.
amazing.
Dancing Dragon Building. Fucking sweet, dude.
I should talk to somebody so they can be like, I'm a tourist. Don't ask me. Hey, I'm gonna talk to her.
Excuse me.
Me?
I want to go to the Dancing Dragon building.
The Dancing Dragon building? It's on my way. Would you like to come with me?
Oh no.
Thank you very much.
But I mean, oh god. Well,
You're right in front of
she
it.
is- yeah,
Even
we're
though she
literally
just
right
turned
there.
around and went the other direction.
You're here.
Dude.
Wow, that was very nice. She was super helpful.
No,
though.
I think she was being fucking snarky. I'll see you the way. It's on my way. Here it is, motherfucker.
Yes.
Draw your name. Oh, can you do a SOG?
How do you wait?
Hold R1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got this. Okay, you got an S.
That's an S-ish. That's a gigantic O. That's not an O at all.
What is that?
It's kind of like, I don't know. O is kind of like.
I think you did that on purpose.
This is kind of like.
Not make that O so big.
This is pretty much the soggy aspect.
Woo!
And lay it.
Nice.
Um,
that might be good enough.
No.